Alright, we're back, y'all. Looks like we're holding together. Wanted to make sure before I cut the cam on, I wasn't gonna have to just hard reset all over again. Appreciate you, H. Alright, let's check that 50 on the 5. That's what we're struggling with right now. This is where you push bulls if you really mean it. I'm looking for a continuation down, personally. Yeah, I mean, I'm still sticking to the TA. If we weren't able to get above, we would see psychological ranges, 200 EMA on the hourly, which is right here. It is a nice wick above demand, right? So we have to respect that. But we need to see it break the 50 before we can fall in love with that. That's a beautiful hourly candle though.
You mean beautiful for continuation for upside?
Yeah, I mean if you're wanting this, because we're in a range right now, right? Um so yeah, on the hourly, that's exactly what you would want to see to call this a deviation. You'd want to come back into the range and hold. But if you can't get above that 50, you're just gonna get pushed back out of the range. So we're still on red path until we can get above that 50 EMA on the weekly blend. So we are very cautious, or I am very cautiously long on the red path, right? Which means that you have to be very strict about your TPs, strict about your stop losses, because the macro trend is still down. But I'm playing into that excess liquidity that's in the market right now, so I want it. Put it in my bag. Y'all can't hear my y'all can't hear my background, can you? I do? Okay. That's Alright, so we would have broke that 50 on the 5-minute, or at least attempting it here. Making an attempt. On the liquidations above. Could just be a fake out below the range, but like I said, we'll wait to see if it ends up being a deviation or not. Most of you guys know this already, but if you're new here, right, ranges tend to range from top of the range to bottom of the range. At times they'll poke out of the range, but if they come back into the range and get accepted, then they're considered deviations. And so if this pops out, comes back into the range, if we hold support on the way back down and push out, then this was just a deviation out of the range. To get a breakout out of the range, what you want to see is a breakdown, a retest, and a continuation. So it's still too early to call it because we haven't gotten over those 50 EMAs yet, but technically we have been accepted back into that range.
Was that the midweek reversal?
We're in midweek reversal time right now. All day today we can turn. The direction of today should be different than the direction of the majority of the last week, right? So if the 3 day up, if it was a 3 day up, then your Thursday should be down. Or your Thursday should create that pivot. When so okay, let's go back to the weekend trap. So quick rundown for anybody that's new. You want to know more, just join the Discord or stay in the YouTube, and I'll go over this a million times, I'm sure, given enough time. So weekend trap. You trap longs, trap shorts, keep price stuck at CME. We signaled the false move down by freeing those trap shorts on Saturday. Excuse me. We came up, we closed CME gap, and then we made our false move Monday, which gives you your bottom on Mondays. Right? By Monday, you'll find your bottom of your false move. We then had our 3 day up. Right? Going into today. Right? This was the end of our 3 day up Wednesday. This is Thursday. Thursday is midweek reversal. And then Friday, you go back to your traps. Right? So let's say this drops out. Let's say we get the full move today. Pop up on Friday and then pop back down for CME close. And this would be trap long. This would be trap short. This would be your weekend trap. And we'd run this all over again. Now, it doesn't have to be here, obviously, right? We can get a huge recovery and we can trap up here. Or we can come down lower and end up with a lower weekend trap than last week. What you want to do if you're bullish is you want to make sure that your weekend traps are higher than the last weekend trap, right? As long as each consecutive weekend trap is higher than the previous, then you know you're doing well, even if the week was volatile. If you start to lose weekend traps, like we did here, right? We had our weekend trap, and then we had another one that was lower, and another one that was lower, and another one that was lower, right? So this was our first higher weekend trap. So it would be nice to put in yet another one, right? But we have to wait until tomorrow to see how that plays out. Right now, we're just dealing with this range, which was the top of our 3 day retracement. And now we've rolled over for our midweek reversal. You're going to be over your 50 on the 5 right now. Yeah. These bears were very aggressive on today's drop, guys. You see that, right? These lines start where the position is opened. Right? So you see when we made our high on Wednesday, all we had was this little bit of liquidity above. But look at today's drop. Look at how the bears have attacked today's drop. That's exactly the type of thing that market maker will swing back around and go get. Appreciate that, Mac. I mean, just in this last drop, like just in the most recent drop here, look at all the 100x longs that accumulated. Let's see. I've got alts on the hourly here. And, I mean, just another green candle. Nothing really crazy till we start breaking some of these levels. Let me go check Kiyotaka. It's a really nice stopping volume candle. So structure wise, right? Just looking at plain structure. If we take our high here and we run it across, right? That's the structure that leads to those imbalances underneath. Look, if we put on our VPVR, you see it right there, right? That big gap. That's the high volume node, sort of what we worked off of. But this structure right here is what would give us our structure break. And that stopping volume candle is sort of like market makers slamming the brakes. You want my opinion? They came down, market maker looked in the rear view and saw this shit. Slammed on the brakes. All right, let's see. Let's see. I think they'll try to take some of those liquidations to the top. I don't know if they'll get the whole thing, right? That supply is still an issue. Remember, I told you like you want to try not to have your liquidation levels inside of ranges, right? Like we don't even have to do anything different here than what we've been doing to grab those licks, right? Meaning even a lower high takes out the majority of them, right? Even if price comes up and goes bam and then rolls over, like you're still taking out a nice portion. You remember we had the same problem with the bulls on the way down? Like, look if we flip the chart. Remember this? Remember every time we started recovering off the bottom and the bulls would just go crazy and price would come down and grab them? And we're like, Jesus, not again, bro. Right? It's the same shit. Just on the opposite scale. I didn't take this scalp though. Like I said earlier, stopping volume candle, bullish engulfing look good, but I just don't feel like there's enough meat on the bone to open a new position up right here. Yeah, make sure you're live, guys. Just click live. You guys can hear me on YouTube, right? All right. You're good, bro. I was just making sure because my settings were doing funny shit earlier. What's going on, Mary? Mm. All right, let's move this up. Staying above that 200 EMA. This is the 800 on the 15, but it's the 200 EMA on the hourly. Staying above that 200 EMA or this 800 EMA keeps us from going lower. The first part of our TA for the most part is played out, right? We said if we didn't break above, if bulls couldn't reclaim the top of this, we'd retrace to the psychological ranges. Now we have to see if this is just the beginning of a bigger rotation down. Since it is Thursday and it is midweek reversal, my bias still lays on continuation down after doing a little bit of cleanup. Red path land. We've been red path since the second weekly close underneath the 50, remember? We're going on our fourth weekly close at this point at the end of this next weekly candle. But if you're long right now, you're playing the relief rally, right? If you're short, then you're looking for the relief rally top to add to your short positions. On the macro. Give me a second. I'll pull up red path chart for you. Mm-mm-mm-mm. All right, here we are. Red path, yellow path, green path. Our old trusted friend. Hold on, let me get rid of this watermark because that's going to drive me crazy. All right. So, we've basically seen everything on our checklist already trigger, right? We're past that point. We did hold on the 800 on the daily, which is decent. That's usually where you get your relief rallies, right? Or your dead cat bounces. Cat's not dead yet. He looks worried though. You can see the look on his face. So, first things first. As long as we're underneath 104 and above 74, we're in rescue ship territory. Right? A ship is coming. It's not necessarily going to be a rocket ship. But if you're underwater or if you're stuck, right? It's the rescue ship that you need to look for. Meaning, as price comes up, and for me, I think either 98 or 104 to 108 is where the top of that dead cat rally would be, if it's gonna be a dead cat, right? Which means you'd come up to here, and then you'd roll over, or you would come up to here, and then you would roll over, right? So these would be exits to jump on the life raft on the macro, right? If you're underwater. Now, if we can get above 104 and then 108, then the cat gets saved. Cat gets saved, we go into rocket ship mode. Right? We all want to save the cat. That's the point. That's the point of what we're doing here. Save the damn cat. And if we save the cat, then we will get a good amount of profits out of the deal. But more importantly, we get a big old hug from this guy. This is what's at stake now, people. All right. I need everybody to focus up. But more importantly, the more important thing is as long as we're underneath these levels, right? You can't get married to the idea that it's a rocket ship. I don't care how explosive it is, how good it feels, how high up your alts are. Right? Once we get above that, then we can start to, But till then, just be more defensive, in my opinion. Not financial advice. Try to be more defensive. Yeah, I mean, there might be a possibility jump off the boat and then jump back on the boat and jump off that shit again, depending on how it plays out. Right? Like, if price comes up, let's say we do come up, right? We reject off of one of our levels. And then we jump on that rescue boat. And then it comes down and it makes a higher low. Oh, okay. Back off the rescue boat. Let's go jump back on the island again. And then let's say it recovers off of our second. Back on the rescue boat, right? It's not till I get up here that I start to hold positions no matter what happens. Right? Above this, rocket ship accumulation, bang, bang, bang. Below this, getting back out from underwater, taking some of the profits that we TP'd out on the 9th and on Halloween and flipping them so that when we do go brown path and everything goes boom, we'll have plenty of money to buy Bitcoin. That's my plan anyways. So if I can take all the profits that I took here, right? From positions that I got into here and here and here and here and here, right? And I can take all those profits up here and just flip them one more time, right? To be able to take the profits from the entire bull market and get a 1x on them, double that up, and then worry about the bear is the goal for me. Yeah, none of this is financial advice, guys. I'm just a guy in a chair in an office with too many lights. And this is what I'm doing with my bag. Remember what I always tell you guys about slow breaking W's? Look at our 4-hour. Right? This is why I'm saying that even though it feels good right now, you got to ignore these people that are saying alt season back, we're so back, da da da. Celebrate the fact that you bought the dip when it was scary and you made some profits, but don't ignore what we're looking at, right? We have a W pattern, but it's a slow breaking W pattern, right? And slow breaking W patterns create bearish channels. Right? So we're not out of hot water yet. But that also means that if price was to come, and I'm not saying this is going to happen, but just on an extreme level, if price was to come back down to the bottom, it also doesn't mean it's over, right? Because you're still in pattern. Problem is, if you wait until price gets here and you don't take the rescue ship, then if it doesn't hold, now you took a position that you saved by making good buys and put yourself underwater again, right? Now you're down here, you're this guy. Pay no attention to the third leg, that was just poor placement. So that's why I say that as long as we're here, as long as we're in rescue ship area, then I have to take profits when we pump, right? I've got to take some here. I've got to take some here. I've got to take some here. Once we get back above, then I can start thinking about holding through, holding through retracements a little bit. But I'm not playing games with these people. Just be fully aware if this bear flag does play out, because I've got to be fair to both sides here. If this bear flag plays out, we're on brown path. Brown path. So that's why putting in these higher lows and holding this ground is so important, right? That's why I celebrate every higher low, every type 2 entry, and why I add to every type 2 entry. I add to position on every type 2 entry. Once that changes, yeah, then we'll address it. Yeah, just the volume is dead too, so that doesn't help, right? Doesn't help any of this. Now there are plenty of bullish catalysts, right, that are still floating around. So I didn't mean for that TED talk to depress anybody, but we just got to be real about what we're looking at on both sides, right? Rather be rich than right. Yeah, I mean, it looks like they want to go grab these liquidations. Market maker is going to eat here. If he breaks that 50, they're just going to go sweep licks. Or I should say. Let me stop thinking for market maker. If I was the market maker, I would go sweep these licks. Daily open retest. I wouldn't even take them all. Daily open retest, come up to supply, and then roll it over. You know, when we were kids and we used to play outside and shit, and we used to play tag or hide and seek. Like, you know, the one little smart ass kid that would just follow you when you were it, but just follow behind you, and he was just a little faster, so he didn't have to hide. He just kind of like kept you in sight. But then he got annoying, and you turn around and went and got him. Like, that's what it's like with these. Right? These guys are smarter than the average bears, right? They're like, nah, we're just gonna follow price really close as it drops until market maker gets annoyed and feels disrespected and turns around and swoop. Little sweepity sweep. And if the bears think that I'm like picking on them, look at the bulls. Look at what our bulls are doing right here. Same shit. So aggressive. You know what I mean? Like literally right underneath price. Dominance is pumping. That means alts. Yeah. See how alts aren't really eating off of this as much. It's like a Bitcoin only push. You know, I'm a bear by nature. People that just met me during this year don't really understand that. Anybody that's known me for 6 years knows that this bull costume is really just that. But there's a time and a place. Nah, these aren't Lego bears. They're bear bricks and cars. Barely bullish is how I like to think of it. Barely bullish. But that shit was crazy yesterday with the Mr. B shit, where we watched those like 4 rug pulls in real time as everybody started jumping on the Mr. Beast train.
Man, I saw something similar happen on Binance on a coin. 300% in a 15-minute candle and backed out.
Bro, we saw every type of rug pull yesterday. We saw a honeypot. We saw them remove liquidity. We saw sniper attack. Like we literally saw every different type of in that little hour period where we were doing like mouse TA. We saw every single possible style of pull. I'm about to open my own pump.fun and just call it only scams. We call it only scams. I'm gonna put out the coins myself and write in the thing is like, yo, these are only scams. Everybody's gonna get rugged and watch how much money still flows into that shit. Put it in big letters on the top. Nobody will win. Do not invest and watch the money roll in, bro. I bet you. I remember when Drew will tell you about this too. When that Ben.eth dude just posted on his Twitter, posted a wallet address and said, "Send me some ETH. I have an idea." And people just randomly started sending shit. And then yeah, you had the you get nothing .eth. I mean, you know who really started that wave? What's his name? Richard Hart with his sacrifice wallet. Man, opened up the wallet, called it a sacrifice wallet, said, yo, send all of your shit. I'll give you a matching copy of my shit for your shit. Don't expect to get anything back. Don't expect any sort of return on investment. And then went and bought Louis Vuitton bags and Gucci bears on you. Spent the next year stunting. Well, how do you even take that to court? You can't even take that to court. Your Honor. Your Honor, he scammed me for 20 ETH. But you sent it to some shit called a sacrifice wallet. You get laughed out of court. People who got in the polls early did really good. I have to give them that. But shit got weird after that. Yeah, that one's gonna go down in history, bro. That's one of the most blatant. What's going on, Al? I had to turn a lot of that shit off, bro. I turned off the dots. I changed the colors. I made sure the line was on one. But more important, I just turned off those dots. Those dots were killing me. It's these dots right here that screw it all up. Where is it? This one? Yeah, like, bro, really? Like, who codes an indicator to do this? How does this help me in any way?
It's her when you're on shrooms and trading.
Like, it's not even hard enough. You really want me to blow my bag? That's funny. Nah, I mean the genius part is that Richard Hart didn't do anything wrong, really. Government came after him with some questions, but apparently they didn't find anything. He got let off the hook when Trump got on, just like everybody else did. Talked to a girl, freaking Iggy Azalea. They all got sort of put off the radar, right? Anything that was open, anything that was pending just got cleared. Yeah, as much as I think Hawk to a girl needs to be in jail, as long as we got Ross out, Hawk to a girl could go free. We'll take one for the team, man. It's fine. Basically. Yeah, they're gonna eat. If we look at let's just look at liquidity real quick. Or liquidations, I should say. You'll see what I mean. So we were looking at these tops yesterday as being a hot spot. But if you go to bigger time frames, you see that it's kind of both sides. A top sweep, bottom sweep sort of scenario. Oh, we took out most of that, actually. Yeah, this was the bottom. So we're looking at 93.4 max pain. Remember I said daily open? Daily open retest, take those liquidations. Daily opens at 934. A little bit of confluence. Dama, thanks for the sub, brother. Welcome. W sub. Nah, I'm good. If I wanted it there, it would be there. I didn't get anything for myself Black Friday today. I have no good excuse for it. That shit would just be for fun. Crypto is way too cheap for me to just be buying shit for fun right now. What that wall is asking for is a silver YouTube plaque, a gold YouTube plaque, a platinum YouTube plaque, a diamond YouTube plaque. That's what that wall's begging for. Nah, I've been tossing it up. I was actually looking at projectors and I almost got one. But I'm gonna borrow my buddy's projector. I want to see what the projector looks like on the wall since it's textured. If it still looks decent, I might just get a projector. If not, who knows? I mean, I still got the two spots above those two monitors for two more 32 inches, right? Like that wall on the left isn't filled yet. Nah, projectors have gotten really good. Projectors have gotten really good, actually. Yeah, it'll be for, it won't be for stuff that I work on, right? It'll be for open position charts, stuff like that. Stuff that just need to be glanced at. But yeah, if you had to crane your neck and stare at them shits all day, you would have crazy. I actually need to get a new chair. If I could get a chair that goes all the way back, like even more than that, then I'd just lay down and look at the top monitors, bro. I'd be good. That wall's probably big enough for like a 75-inch. More than that, I think I run out of horizontal real estate. What I really want to get are one of those the digital chalkboards they got now. The smart boards. Basically like a TV you can write on. Right, so I can get up there like I probably have it on the other side of the room and we would switch cameras to it. But then I could get on my weatherman shit. Yeah, they came out this year. First person I saw with it was Gareth. Gareth got a big one. Oz. Whoa. Hey yo. What the hell? I need to eat. I need to get some food. I must be hungry or something. Not myself when I'm hungry. Yeah, Barrett Soloway. But the first person I ever saw it with that gave me the idea to get it was a gamer. And he was going back over some of his Call of Duty footage. And he was like, it was funny. He's like, I see that corner right there. I need to sidestep here. And I should have seen the muzzle flash here. And he was just like circling shit. I was like, that would be dope for charts. Yeah. Yeah, it'd be pretty cool. It'd be pretty cool. I mean, to be able to, I think I would have to do both though. It's just so automatic, right? Like drawing trend lines and doing TA with the mouse is second nature. And you know, my OCD does not play around, so what's good, Doge? Yeah, I'm good, man. Nah, I would have fun with it, bro. Would have fun with it. When I think about it, I probably should have looked at them. like, like you add 1,000 on top of a similarly sized television, basically, right? So like 1,000 more than a good 75-inch, 1,000, 2,000 more. I was, I just assumed there was a glitch on your keyboard. I wasn't even considering that first sentence from you. That's that'll be like my sign that shit, that sentiment has gotten. When you're down and out, we need to have a real sort of like relook at the market. What's going on, Anan? Yeah, on the hourly. Not on the 15-minute. Right? The hourly 200 is the same as the 15-minute. As the 15-minute 800. Right? They're both the same line. So whichever one you want to watch. Yep, I agree, Al. I agree. As nice as this setup looked for a recovery and as much liquidations were up there, I didn't take the trade just because even if it got the entire move I was looking for, which would have just been up to daily open, it's like, yeah, I'm good. There's not enough meat on the bone there. for me. I'd rather wait patiently for the good entry, or confirmation that we're gonna hold ground. My bad, brother. That's one of the bad things about doing well on YouTube. They start pumping your shit full of commercials. I've got it on the lowest setting too. But what I was saying is that, yeah, I was looking for a daily open move for the most out of this, and that just wasn't enough meat on the bone for me to take the trade, even though the setup was decent, right? That's exactly what we look for. Red vector, stopping volume candle, bullish engulfing, deviation play back into the range. So if you are in this trade, you're looking for the right side of your W here, right? Deviations. When you deviate out of the range, you have to be accepted back into the range. Can we consider this a retest and an acceptance back into the range? Yeah, you can. Can price come back down, hold, put in the right side of that W, and make a second attempt? Yeah. That's great. USD down, Dixie down is great for us. Right? Risk assets go up. When we look at what it did this week, hold on. Right? Go to the daily. Right? Broke structure, bearish retest. If we drop Bitcoin on top of it, right? We see as Dixie drops, Bitcoin goes up. As Dixie goes up, Bitcoin comes down. If you just invert the scale, you can see the correlation. So what we need, if you're bullish, is for that bearish retest to hold, basically. Look at what New York session has done since July. Look at what the Dixie's done. Let's draw our, hold on. Turn this off. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Right? So a textbook break of this would be add in your break, your retest, your continuation. If price gets back above this, we're in trouble. Right? Risk assets will bleed out. How did I do what, Al? Oh, I'll show you. Just come up to the little plus sign on the corner next to the ticker name, and it'll say compare symbol. And then you just put in whatever you want, and then click on new price scale, and it'll overlay it. No problem, brother. And you don't have to choose. Right here, we trade metals, we trade crypto, we trade legacy, even though I don't really trade dinosaurs that much, but every once in a while, whenever there's something to play. Yeah. So if you take ETH, hold on, let me take all of this off the chart. And then you go to Bitcoin dominance. Then you can see that when Bitcoin dominance topped out in 2019 is when ETH had its run. Right? As Bitcoin dominance was coming down, ETH was outperforming. As Bitcoin dominance found its bottom, as Bitcoin dominance topped out here, right? Inverse correlation. Kind of disgusting though. That's an ugly chart to look at. It's depressing. Yeah, I use that tool all the time. I mean, it's the only real way to be able to do analysis across different assets. All right, where are we? The 4th. We made new all-time highs on global M2 today. Today in real time. Remember, this is on an offset, 100-day offset. We are here. Hold on. Let's clean up some of this that's already passed. Actually, I'm gonna leave it. That way, when we look back on it, we'll be able to see the difference between what we thought and what actually happened. Yeah, so let's see. Right, we know QT is done, right? So let's go to, let's get rid of this. And let's go to our assets. I was like, this is not right. My chart is still inverted. All right. You should have seen my face right there. I was like, what did I miss? All right, so this is our Fed balance sheet, right? As prices going up, we're in QE. Prices coming down, we're in QT. Right? So the current environment that we've been in this entire bull run has been this really aggressive quantitative tightening. Right? And you can see how aggressive it is by the angle. Right? We go to our tools. I never get this on the first go. I hardly ever use this tool. There we go. So if you take a trend angle, right, you just go from top to bottom, right, 56 degree. The only other time that we've had that level of quantitative tightening has been right here. So we'll make this red. And then right here. Right? All the times in between. This is what it looks like when quantitative easing starts. I mean, when quantitative easing stops, but quantitative tightening doesn't start yet. Right? You're just neutral. Oh, do that. Right? But for the most part, you're either going up or going down. We've had another little neutral range right here. Right? So this means basically the government is adding or removing removing assets from their balance sheet. Right? They're either accumulating or they're distributing. The problem is that while you're distributing, let's look at others. We can explain what happened to the alts. Or you know what? ETH is better. Oh, give me 1 second. I'm tripping out right now. Right, so during quantitative tightening, usually risk assets go down, right? As quantitative easing comes in, you get your parabolic moves, right? Quantitative tightening, ETH underperformed. We're now starting to get into quantitative easing. When we try to figure out why ETH did so bad, right? This run, we have to look at ETH BTC. That's not ETH BTC at all. So look at ETH BTC here. And remember, if ETH doesn't perform, alts will never hold their ground. Alts will push, right? They'll push just fine, but they'll usually give back all of their gains, right? Look at what ETH BTC did during quantitative tightening, right? Did nothing but just bleed out against Bitcoin, which meant you were better off holding Bitcoin than holding ETH. And if you're better off holding Bitcoin than holding ETH, that means you're better off holding Bitcoin than anything, right? Because everything is going to lose its ground. Yes, alts did 17x's. I did 17x on Jasmine. If I hadn't had taken profits, I would have round tripped the entire thing by now, right? Where Bitcoin has managed to hold its ground. But look at what happened this entire bull market because we were in quantitative tightening, right? We never got that section where ETH outperformed Bitcoin sustainably. But quantitative tightening ended right here. And was it on the 12th, right? Let's get it right to the date. Right around there. All right, so let's take this off the chart. We don't need that. Right now we're focusing on when this pivot happens. Right? When do they start adding to their balance sheet again, or when does this start to sort of taper off? This is why we're saying that there's liquidity left that's to be injected. And then if on top of that we add the business cycle, right? If you look at the ISM, so this is our business cycle, right? The business cycle tops out here and it bottoms out here, except for times of extreme 2008, right? Big crash, COVID, right? But normally that's the range for the business cycle, right? That's the expansion and contraction of the business cycle, which controls liquidity, which controls risk assets, right? Risk assets tend to top out when the business cycle tops out. If we slap Bitcoin back on here, You see, on Bitcoin's tops, we tend to be topped out on the business cycle, right? Business cycle starts to contract, we go into our bear markets. Business cycle starts to expand, we pop. Business cycle starts to contract, we go into a bear market. Look at where Bitcoin is. But look at where the ISM is. We haven't even started expansion yet. ISM above 50 is considered expansion. Right now we are at 48. So if liquidity is about to be injected and rates are about to get cheaper, making money cheaper, and the business cycle hasn't started to expand yet, then there's a decent chance that the run isn't over, right? That's the argument for people that are trading liquidity. Hopefully that made sense. Anybody have any questions? Just one big question mark. Doge, really? Well, that's why we went down though, Al, because it was at the end of that business cycle. Yeah, QT alone isn't enough, right? Remember the liquidity cycle. Give me a second. Let me pull up. What do I pull up? M2. So this is global M2, right? This is all of the world's central banks injecting liquidity, right? Liquidity expands and it contracts, and it expands and it contracts, expands and it contracts, right? The cycles are tied to that. So if we put on our 4-year cycle indicator, right? Everybody, I love Bitcoin people, right? But they seem married to this idea that the 4-year cycle is controlled by the halvings, right? The 4-year cycle is not controlled by the halvings. The 4-year cycle is controlled by global liquidity, right? As global liquidity is available and cheap, risk assets go up. As global liquidity contracts, risk assets go down. As global liquidity finds a bottom and starts expanding again, risk assets go up, right? Bitcoin. So as global liquidity expands, Bitcoin goes up. Global liquidity contracts, Bitcoin goes down. Global liquidity finds a bottom, Bitcoin finds a bottom. Global liquidity tops down again, Bitcoin tops down. Finds a bottom, finds a bottom. Finds a top, finds a top. Right? It's controlled by liquidity. My issue is we've started to already come down, but global liquidity hasn't. Right? Which means that the money that's there is still available. It's just not being spent.
Maybe
right?
because it's the QE/QT delay.
No, we know it's not being spent. Or maybe this is just a coincidence. You guys could tell me. But did we not just have a 40-day government shutdown that shut down all the liquidity pipelines that literally give us lower highs, lower high? I mean, yeah, lower highs, lower highs, lower highs. Every Monday, every U.S. session, New York dumped and then dumped and then dumped and then dumped. Well, why did they dump? Right? They dumped because the liquidity that wasn't coming in needed to be replaced. The liquidity that wasn't coming in needed to be replaced because payments need to be made, interest needs to be paid. So you have to take it out of investments. Right? But now the liquidity started to tick up, and we've started to tick up. Well, that's an issue, right? Japan's the one thing that keeps me up at night. Because, you know, what are we at now? 23 trillion wrapped up in the yen trade? Right? If Japan raises rates, people have to make payments. If people have to make payments, people have to sell assets. Yeah, Bank of Japan is in that global M2. Oh. Yeah, that global M2 has the one that I use specifically has every central bank. But, I mean, we can't. What is the, dun, 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 dun. Not the euro. Quick check on the alts.
Are you expecting a bit of movement with ETH because of the new update, or not?
Yep, I am. I plan on buying ETH pretty heavy on this next, wherever we bottom out at.
Last time we saw the upgrade with the Pectra update, we saw a huge movement.
This upgrade makes that upgrade look like child's play, bro. This actually monetizes the scaling for ETH. This is super, super bullish.
Yeah, no, I'm confused. So I loaded up on ETH big when I saw the news of the update. Obviously not going to talk numbers. And yesterday I also opened up, or sorry, 2 days ago I opened up a long on ETH as well. I'm still holding that long.
Yeah, I mean, I don't expect an immediate reaction, but basically, like, long story short, L2s have sort of used ETH security, right? The security of the ETH network to grow. And ETH had their payment structure set to where if they filled as many transactions as they could in one single blob, the price of that blob got cheaper, meaning the fee that they had to pay ETH when they uploaded to mainnet was cheaper. The problem is that ETH is trying to be deflationary, right? So every fee that they get from L2s gets burned, but they weren't paying, right? They were like literally weren't paying almost anything because the transactions were so high that the blobs were basically ending up free. So what this update does is that it decreases the blob size and it gives a minimum per blob, and it makes the transactions cheaper for the L2s. and scales them to where they can make more transactions in smaller blobs, which basically means more blobs, more fees, more ETH burned. So now
Yeah.
every transaction on L2 now ends up burning ETH. That's big, right? If you can get it to be deflationary, they said during the next cycle, if you can get to 1 million ETH burned, you would be at 300K to like 400K deflationary, meaning 300K, 400K less ETH each year. Yeah, it's big. It's really big.
Oh no, I'm like I said from the start. I've always said ETH is king. Like, you know, not no, Bitcoin is king, but you know what I mean. For alts, ETH is king. So, and this update proves that again. People that hated on ETH, I think we still see a big run for ETH in the next coming month or two. I still see it, in my opinion, and I said it even last month. I said the month before. I still see that big run on ETH coming, and this update here, with hopefully a bit of better, you know, market conditions as well, I think we can see a big push on ETH for sure. But let's see what happens.
I'm just following the money, man. As long as there's still institutional funds coming in, then I'm going to be holding what they're paying attention to. It's pretty much just that simple. All right, this would be the left side of that W. See if they can pull it and grab those licks or not. Need to order some food, man. What are y'all having for dinner?
Oh, I ordered some real good focaccia and pizza today.
Oh,
Oof,
nice.
some Italian. It was lovely.
I'm having 2 beers and 2 packs of cigarettes.
Brother, you need some protein. Pop-Tart. Like Pop-Tarts.
Actually, my go-to order recently has been this chicken carbonara, and it's been, oh my god, yeah, it's good. Chicken carbonara, extra bacon, extra mushroom. You can't beat that type of thing.
Cheat day would be good. They have this Wagyu cheesesteak. Usually my go-to on cheat days. That shit is a bomb. Like, I mean, instant nap. So good though. Body needs to shut down and process all that shit. Bro, something about that Wagyu tallow and the melted cheese whiz. Pizza sounds good, but I just had pizza.
chicken goujons, chicken tenders, chicken wings, everything chicken.
He said
Something chicken.
everything chicken.
Yeah, but with some breaded crust though. Like chicken by itself is too boring. I need some breaded crust, you know.
Bro, if you bread and fry almost anything, I'll eat it.
Yeah, no, it's bad, bro. Like what I'm trying to cut weight, it's like nah, I'm having my breaded chicken, bro. Like I can't.
I
I'm
just
not.
do it in olive oil and say that I'm eating healthy fats, you know, but I know I just need some fried shit every once in a
No,
while.
don't get me started on olive oil because olive oil is my silent killer. Because I'd be adding olive oil and then I don't realize shit. I just added 500 calories of fucking. Or sorry, I just added 500 calories of olive oil. Oh my god, it's the worst, bro.
It's so good though. Yeah, we can look at a link real quick. It's on a bit of a cliff right now. Right, it's being held up by its 50, but it's in a large volume gap. $15-minute, you've already lost bullish momentum. Right, you've got bearish momentum. You've just rejected off of that. Basically, the same thing you're looking at Bitcoin. Could it be the right side of a W? Yeah, but you've got to get back above this high volume node. You just reject off of this high volume node, you're gonna come down into these order blocks. Really gonna come down to if Bitcoin makes that move or not, to be honest with you, right? It's the same pattern. If Bitcoin pops out and goes through licks, then Link should be able to get above those high volume nodes. If Bitcoin rejects and rolls over, then you could probably expect the same from Link. Pepe is fine. Pepe will do good if ETH does good. If ETH breaks, Pepe will break. Very sensitive to ETH movements. Pretty much just like everything else, sitting on a bit of a cliff. Has some support underneath, but it's going to need ETH to move. If ETH retraces down into its if ETH loses that high volume node of that 50 and retraces down into its gap, then I would expect Pepe to do the same. Remember, these are all vectors that need to be reclaimed here. Whether they get reclaimed or not, I don't know, but large imbalance, large volume imbalance, vector imbalance, tons of liquidations down there, I'm sure. Oh, they're not going to show me the licks. But, yeah. No, Musa. A lot of decent TA guys that YouTube just kind of hides, bro. You know, the thing is, like, if you don't play the game, oh shit, and to play with people's emotions and the clickbait and all of that, it's kind of hard to find us. That's why when you find us, you got to make sure you subscribe so you don't lose contact. Yeah, make sure to join the Discord in case YouTube ever decides that they don't want to do crypto shit no more. That's always a big risk. If sentiment gets really bad on crypto and they start looking at it like gambling, then they could do it the same way that they do a lot of the gambling stuff, right? And the last thing we want to do is end up on kick with all those degens. Just playing on my kick people. Saying no. That's most of them, Musa. That's most of them. People tend to have a really short memory in crypto, though, so I guess it works out for them because, you know, one day they're telling you the top 5 altcoins to buy. The next day they're telling you they called the top. The day after that, they're giving you another list of altcoins. And I guess people just don't keep track of that shit. Get those gains, Robo. I don't know, man. Crypto does have a short memory, though. Right after FTX, right after Luna and FTX, right? Everybody was on the no leverage. I'm just gonna spot, you know, that sort of game, right? But then the memory fades and time passes, and then you get a bunch of turnover, right? So there's a bunch of new people that come in that weren't here for FTX, weren't here for Celsius. They come in, they learn to trade leverage on these channels that are getting paid on your losses because of referrals. And then you get another 10-10. And then everybody gets back on the same page again, but they'll forget again. Like Justin Sun, bro. How many times has Justin Sun come back to the game? Right? I guarantee you that we haven't seen the end of SBF because of that very thing that we're talking about. In 1 or 2 cycles, Sam's going to come back and he'll have some project that moves and everybody will be on his shit again. Right? And then all the OGs will be like, oh, you guys are tripping. You know who that is? Green candles make people forget about all of that shit, bro. Exactly. You can get them some profits. Yep. I wouldn't doubt it. I'm glad we reset the stream. We covered a lot in the last 2 hours. Be a good one. Gareth is funny. You ever seen those cat treadmills, Robo? It's like a big circle, and the cats just go ham on that shit. My cat would look at me like I'm stupid if I brought that shit in the house. There is no way that my lazy ass cat is gonna do laps on that thing. You might sleep on it. Sorry about that. Yeah, like this right here, there's no way my cat's doing that. He's out. I guess if you have enough, yeah, if you have enough catnip, I'll hook that shit up to charge one of my miners. Have the cat mining Bitcoin for you. Yeah, cat, yeah. Get tired, get a new cat, get more cats. Nah, I don't have a mining rig. Fucking shit. Never got into mine, and I never really got into that aspect of it. Yeah, I mean, it seems from my mining buddies that I talk to, they've always told me the same thing. If you're already tooled up, then yeah, it makes sense to do it, obviously. But if you've got to build your rig and all that shit now, starting to get to diminished returns. But some people just like doing it, right? It's just fun. I'll be right back, y'all. Hold on. And you know when one of your buddies lies to his girl and puts you in it but doesn't tell you about it? That's always fun. Homeboy just called me and he was like, "Hey, I'm running late, bro. I know I said I'd do that for you. I got you, bro. I haven't forgotten, okay? I'm running late. I gotta drop my girl off and then I'm gonna be right there." I'm like, "All right, cool." I don't know what the hell he's talking about. Like, bruh, send me a text if you're gonna do that shit. Like, I have no idea what he's talking about. I have no plans to see buddy. I don't need anything from him.
Yeah, me and my boys just have a code where we just agree with whatever.
I
Something
mean,
pops up, we don't know nothing about it, like, oh yeah, man.
I agree. You agree and you question later. That's how you're supposed to do it, man. That's only real guy code. I do not condone lying to your significant other, by the way. Not a good idea. That being said, if you're my boy, even if you're wrong, you're right. We'll have a conversation about it later, but in real time, you know. Yeah. That's probably why I got the call and not one of the other guys. Nah, I would never. If I have to lie to you, I picked the wrong person. I look at it. If I had to guess, I would say it has something to do with those Latinas. Just a wild guess though, not based on anything. Just
So Dbloc, I've been looking at the Fartcoin chart, and it looks like it's maybe getting ready to attack that vector from
let's see.
October 10th. Just kind of wondering what type of setup you'd be looking for there, because we love talking about Fartcoin.
Good old Fartcoin. It's interesting. It has a really different chart to a lot of the others. Right? It's stair stepped instead of just climbing. Like seriously, look, if you compare it to just anything. Right? This move that's been sort of characteristic on all charts. That big liquidation down, big injection up, and then continuation. This looks so different on Fartcoin. Interesting. Oh, let's see. Hours, what do we have? Factors here. Get off of this crypto crap. This is not the right place. What is the highest? Oh, here we go. Binance. Okay. Binance. What which vector were you talking about? 15-minute, you said?
The one from October 10th, actually.
Oh,
Big dip.
the big one. Big boy. If you can get up into this volume gap, but there really isn't a lot stopping you until that 800 EMA. But that's going to take everything else sort of behaving as well, you know? This would be your W. Trying to break out of right now. Yeah, I mean, you only have a couple of challenges ahead of you, really. With these lower highs. And then the fire thing here. I mean, your measured move gets you there. You know? You don't want to lose the 50, even if you have a little bit of trouble breaking out here and you come back to daily open, whatever is cool. You just don't want to lose the 50 and the 200 on the 4 hour. You know where your invalidation is for this W. But yeah, as long as that structure holds together, that vector gap should be the next target.
Nice.
You play the breakout or you got it on the lower high? Or the higher low, sorry.
Yeah, I got it on the higher low. I did sell most of the position with the big Bitcoin dump when I saw weakness there. So
Nice.
it's about kind of re-entry now.
Oh. More coins, right? You ended up with more coins than the basically. Yeah, so you want to root for Bitcoin's little W here on the 15-minute. Bitcoin sweeps these liquidations. That should be the trigger for most of the alts. Down looks like it's taking a little drop here. That would be perfect. That would fit quite nicely. Yeah, I haven't got back in, Renora. I didn't buy this at all. I'm being patient, just waiting for recovery. Actually waiting for my food to get here. Yeah. Yeah, I'm still waiting for the same entries across the alts. Waiting for those drops. It's gonna take more than 1 hour green candle, right? To change my mind about that. I ordered that Wagyu cheesesteak. Some waffle fries. Truffle and garlic. Is Discord muted? Do I have Discord muted? Oh, I have you turned down. Hold on. Yeah, I turned you down last night, Imai, because even though you're on push to talk, you still had an open mic somehow. Say something? Maybe you can't hear me.
Okay, it's all good.
There we go. I got you now. All right, give me 1 second, yo. I'll open the gate. All right, family, my food's here. I'll be back. If you just came in and you weren't here, the first hour of the stream, we basically went over everything I'm looking at right now. We lose the 200 EMA here, we'll come back down into the psychological ranges. Right? We said if we weren't able to reclaim up top, we would see psychological range. If the 200 EMA or the 800 EMA on the 15-minute, right here where this one is, if that doesn't hold, that's when we go sweep that vector. Right now, we'll see if this is going to roll over, come to psychological low, and that'll be our next test, that demand zone. I'll be back. I'm going to inhale this food. I'm starving. It shouldn't take long at all.
Now it's connected. about cold, man. It's 6 degrees. God, man, just from the house to the car, my hand is frozen. The wind makes it worse. Alaska. No, I'm in Rhode Island. I'm in Rhode Island. Yeah, it's supposed to go down to 6 degrees tonight. Single digits. Oh, with the wind chill, it feels. It says 10 degrees right now. Supposed to go down to 6 though. A high of 27, low of 9. It's so windy. That's what makes it. It goes right through you. It's so cold, man. It hits. It hurts when it hits you. See cash breaking out. What is IKA? What is that? Cyberpunk. How people are still betting on a 1K Zcash before the end of 2025. Token's just scary, man. It moves too much. You're in Denver, aren't you, Joe? The weather over there, isn't it cold over there? Hacking backs tokenizing real world assets. Major banks could adopt tokenization within a couple of years. I was thinking Brian Armstrong read together yesterday. What's that about? Those two, they are evil. Lex Luthor. I think, I mean, I look in his eyes, I see the devil. Do do do.
What's a play, brother? Hope you're doing well, saluting face emoji.
So what's up? Been quiet on here today, huh? Haven't heard anybody. No market structure? What's going on today? It's what, Thursday, midweek reversal. Just going sideways. I thought for sure we were gonna go get that vector, but
Looks like the freaking weekend trap, for God's sakes. Holy shit.
yeah, that's what it feels like, man. That's why it's been quiet. Boring.
It's probably why no one's on, because it's just like, yeah.
Yep. That's how it makes you feel. Oh man, it is freezing, Jesus. Just from the car to the house, man, my hands feel like they're gonna fall.
What's temp right now?
With the wind, man, it's like below zero. Let me see. 10 degrees.
Yeah.
The wind chill though, man, it's zero.
Yeah, no, I get
Zero.
that.
That's what it is. It's the wind, man. It goes right through you. It's so cold. I don't mind the cold, man, but it is too cold today. It actually hurts.
Yeah, dude. When my beard starts freezing, then I know I was like, hey, this is it.
I couldn't get the car door open. There's no ice on it or nothing. It's just frozen. I had to go in through the passenger side. Get a hot coffee, go 2 minutes away, come back, and it's cold.
Have you seen those handle dewarmer things you hook to your? It's like a little warmer. You plug in a USB part of your phone, and it like thaws your handle out and shit.
Oh, I'm gonna need one of those because I don't know.
Probably phone go dead in 2 minutes, but hey, it gets you in the car.
Yeah. Like the door would not open, so I had to go through the passenger side, and I opened it, and then the wind blew it shut. So I had to walk around again. Look at that. Yeah.
Dude, you don't have like a driveway cam? Because that would be funny to watch.
No, it would be funny. I was yelling and swearing. I'm like, I had to climb over the seat again.
Play some Benny Hill music to that.
It's too cold to play games like that.
I know.
I'm looking around like, who's messing with me? Nothing like seat warmers though, man. You gotta have heated seats, man. That's so great. They heat
Oh,
up
I
so
know,
much faster
dude.
than the heat.
My wife's car has heated steering wheel, heated shifter,
Yeah, that's
heated
amazing. The
seats.
steering
Friggin-
wheel, that would be great, a steering wheel, because that's where it's the coldest, man.
Yeah, it feels so good too, man. When you like like I
bet.
drive and I'm like, damn, I'm freaking spoiled rotten.
Like the heated seat though, because it's electric, it heats up so much faster. The heat in electric cars must be great. I was just thinking that because the seat they are heated through electric. You could wait for the heat from the engine.
I mean, so are
It takes
like the
forever
new.
when it's cold like this.
I mean, like I'm pretty sure the seat that's in my wife's car is electric heater in there or whatever. But it's just I can't imagine being stranded on the freeway with a dead battery with an electric car though. That'd be horrible.
No, thank you.
That's why hybrids probably, if you're like a super, you know, what is it? Climb. I don't know what you call people who buy electric cars. You know what I'm saying? Like the environmentally safe people. It's like I would just go hybrid because then you got an opportunity
Yeah.
to redeem yourself. If you get stuck on the freeway in an accident.
Yeah. was just thinking that though, because the heat in electric cars must be great. You know, gotta wait for it. Those coils heat up quick.
Yeah, those the electric cars, like the plug-in hybrids, like I don't think we're quite there with fully electric cars yet. I don't think we will be for a little bit, but the plug-in hybrids have been good for like the time that they've spent, but they're actually coming out with these on a lot of these newer hybrid cars. It's like a closed system hybrid technology, so you don't actually have to plug it in when you run the engine. There's two motors and generators in the transmission. It's like a CVT transmission but it's at a belt. There's like gears, um, and those basically help. So the engine puts out power, and then it's combined with one electric motor in the transmission for extra power, and they like sort of blend together seamlessly. But then there's also like third or there's another generator inside the transmission. So as the engine is running, that's like it acts as like the alternator. It's also the starter too. But as the engine's running, it's a generator, and it charges the hybrid battery pack along with all the other, like it probably charges its own regular 12-volt battery. If anything else in the car runs on 12 volts or whatever. But as you're driving it, it charges the hybrid battery pack, which you can then use to add to uh, your powertrain. You know what I mean? Like you're using power from the electric motor, but then as you're driving, it's also sending electricity back to charge the battery that you can then use for more continuous driving.
It's
And
supposedly braking too, right?
Yeah, the regenerative braking systems they have is like, they whenever you're rolling or braking, it will use that energy, and it will turn it back into electricity. It will start converting it back into electricity. So that was what was otherwise waste energy that they're now using with the regenerative braking system. And now they're coming out with this new thing where, so that first system I just mentioned, it's not a plug-in hybrid, it's a closed system, but you can still choose to go either full electric, full gasoline, or a mix between the both. And what they've recently done is they've come out with a new design where some of the cars, they're putting a third electric motor in the back. Well, there's two in the front, but there's a motor and a generator. But then they're putting one in the back too, as a motor. So you could also have rear wheel drive or all wheel drive. Like, so it basically be like rear wheel drive on demand. So you can either do 4-wheel drive with gas in the front, electric motor combined, and just do front wheel drive, or you can do gas and the rear wheel drive electric motor, or you can do all three at once at the same time. You know what I mean? So it's almost like you could have all wheel drive on demand if you wanted to. Like you can shut off the back wheels, or you could shut off the gas engine completely and just run all four wheels on just electric. So that aspect of it I think is pretty cool. And also that's a closed system that charges itself. I think we're coming a lot further with that sort of hybrid technology. I think they're doing good things, but the plug-in hybrids, I don't know if they're really feasible for most people, and the fully electric cars, I don't think we're quite there yet. But these new closed system hybrid vehicles are really good. It seems like they're. I think if they can get this one down, then for the next decade, they're going to be pretty good cars coming out with some pretty good tech.
Yeah, our state is they said by 2030 they will have almost a full ban on combustion engines, and now they're kind of scaling back from that and saying hybrids are okay for 2030. I'm like, I knew it. I knew you guys would. Yeah, I knew it when they said it.
Yeah, maybe just
2030,
fully
you're gonna have to have electric.
maybe just fully gas vehicles instead of fully electric. Like, you know
Yeah,
what I mean?
but they first started out with full all gas vehicles will be illegal by 2030, and so they're just scaling back, saying, okay, well, you could still do hybrid, because I mean, hybrids still take fuel. So I just think it's funny that was never achievable. I mean, dude, 2030 is not that far away.
Yeah, but see, with the hybrid models, like one of the best things is because they're combining this technology, you don't have to sacrifice like torque or horsepower, but you're gaining so much fuel economy. So you're saving a bunch of money by driving one of the cars, and you don't even have to charge it, so you're not spending more electricity from your house, but you're spending less on gas. But it also leaves a much lower carbon footprint because people will be burning less gas, you know. So and more people go for these newer cars, as opposed to like an older what like I have like one of my cars is like a 2000 Subaru Impreza, and like that thing it doesn't get good gas mileage, it pollutes the planet, like you know what I mean. There's stuff out there that's on the road that's even worse, that's from like the 90s and 80s and stuff, but we're putting so much pollution and stuff into the atmosphere. That's all going to be cut back too, just by using the hybrid tech, not even going full electric, but just the hybrid tech will help with that.
Yeah, it's definitely getting better. The feelings towards it are starting to get a little warmer too.
Yeah, I mean, I like it. I want to embrace new technology and all that, and whatever's going to be most efficient and stuff like that. But they can't just do away with the internal combustion engine. It's like like they can't make it illegal. You know what I mean? Like I could see if like manufacturers stopped making the cars that were all gasoline, but to make it illegal, that's just, I don't know. I feel like that's absurd. There's so many people that love gas engines and love to upgrade them and whatever, like modify them and soup them up and.
Dude, I don't want to get political, but to just put it this way, there's one city in my state that dictates the rights of everyone else because they're so populated in their city. Everyone else is rural, so we get stuck with whatever they vote in, and they don't have they have no need for cars. They're like public transportation and stuff, so they're not empathetic to other people's lifestyles at all. But you have to be empathetic to theirs. So it's like
Yeah, that's shitty.
we just got to be stuck with whatever the biggest city in our state ends up deciding. That's like I don't care what side you're on, dude. That is not what representative democracy was supposed to be like. I know
Yeah, and
we're a republic and we're not a democracy, but I mix the two to say that we're a representative um, democracy, a republic democracy, if that even makes any sense. And like, it doesn't matter. They're like, well, I don't have a need for a gun because I have a cop that's 2 blocks down the road, and I don't need a car because I can just get on transit, and there's so many of them cramped into the city that they can dictate for everyone else. It's crazy, dude.
That's how it is in most states.
hey, Cole.
What up?
Cole. Yeah, that
Yeah,
does
I mean
suck
that's
though.
how it is in Vermont too. Like I live in like quote unquote the big city here, and yeah, it's exactly how it is here.
Because there's more people per capita that they have, like what they say what goes for the whole state though. Like I mean,
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, all of the state is very much governed around Burlington. Yeah.
yeah, I get
What?
they have more. Asking.
Whoever is trying to talk, you're coming in broken and distorted.
Right.
Is it me?
No, I think it's Rendell.
Can barely hear him too.
I know he lights up. I thought he was I thought he started to talk. That's why I said, "What's up?" And then he just like went silent.
Yeah, weird.
But yeah, I know it's that way in most states. I get that. That's my point. It's like it
Yeah,
shouldn't.
it doesn't make it right. It does not make it
Yeah,
right at all.
yeah. It's like people say, "Well, focus on what's real and not focus on not." And it's like, no, like let's focus on the Constitution. How about that? And I think just because it's so convenient to live in the city, and I don't blame people, um, I get it. But until you found a way to do mass transit across even the rural areas, those people are screwed. Like, you expect them to just sell their house and give up and turn everything into a concrete, the whole state into something that's concrete. Like,
Well, that's what they want. Yeah.
yeah, but like if you give me a choice to have mass transit, if you bring it somewhat near me, I wouldn't mind sitting on mass transit with my laptop or something getting work done. I'd rather not drive, getting cut off and people driving like doofuses. I get it,
Right.
but
I
until
wish. I
then,
wish I didn't have to live in the city. If I didn't have to live in the city, I would live out in the country very easily. That's like definitely my preference. I do not like living in the city at all, but I don't have a choice.
yeah, no, I get it. Sucks.
Yeah, because you have to walk. Like you don't even really have the
Mhm.
choice to drive going. The thing, but
Yeah,
you
yeah,
have to walk. So
yeah.
so it's like you have to be in that populated area. Like you have to be able to
Mhm.
walk to
And I
work
still
and
have to
stuff.
get my kid to school and things like that. Yeah, like I have to be where I can. Yeah, it sucks being blind, but you do what you do.
Did you just say you're blind?
I'm half blind. Yeah, I have no left peripheral vision in both eyes.
Damn. So
Yep.
so the city helped. Is the city's more accessible for you?
Yeah, I mean, I just have to be able to get places, so I have to walk a lot. And or, Uber, take the city bus or stuff like that. But yeah, take care of yourself. Don't have strokes. It's not good.
Oh yeah. My wife just brought home Taco Bell tonight as a treat, and I was looking at it going, yeah, I don't need a stroke.
Yeah, don't do it. Not fun.
It sucks
Like,
having teenagers that'll eat anything.
you gave it in your willpower. You're like, oh no, no, I can't do this.
I'm at a point in my life where I actually am disciplined to like say no. Like I just not worth it.
Yeah, see, for me, I would have been like, oh, I really shouldn't eat this, but I already spent the money on it, so
You
screw
justify it.
it.
Start
Yeah,
playing
right.
mental gymnastics with
If
yourself.
I hadn't decided to buy this taco, then it's justified why I wouldn't eat it. But I've already paid for it, so.
And I know some people are they're prone to heart attacks and strokes, and it has nothing to do with their diet too. Like I know some people are born with diabetes. There's nothing they can do, but definitely it's not an excuse because you're not genetically prone to treat your body like crap. It's like an insurance policy. It's like do the best you can do, and if your genetics decide that that's what's going to happen, then so be it. But it shouldn't be out of your own lifestyle. Like you at least got to try, make an effort.
Yeah, for sure.
I have a friend. He's super skinny, and he has uh like low cholesterol, and he had a mild heart attack. And he works out, and he eats right, and he still had a mild heart attack. It's like in his genes. It's like nothing he can do about it except get constant observation. This price action's about to give me a heart attack though, from boredom.
Heart attack reported. That may be a first.
Depression? Can your heart rate go so low you have a heart attack?
Yeah. It just ceases. The cardiac arrest. Like I
Yeah,
said,
this
that
is
I'm
a
still bullish.
this is a tough range because you have licks on top and bottom that look pretty deep and dense. So it could literally do either or, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean that sort of I forget how long ago it was, like 2 weeks maybe, that we hit that low, and we've been in the range ever since. So like 2 weeks ago when we hit that big sort of like capitulation low, there was a like 2 billion got liquidated within like a single hour, and a lot of volume like showed up. A lot of volume came in, and I don't think we've seen that much volume since then, but that is something that is indicative of a bottom. So if we continue to maintain higher lows, I don't think there's much to worry about. We already made one higher low. We haven't really broken the W yet, but I still think it has a chance to. And we got all the way to basically to the bottom of the range to invalidate the W, which I haven't been in here for a while, but I'm sure you guys have been talking about that.
Oh yeah, I'm not worried we're gonna make a lower low. But if even if it was to go down and test, that's still a pretty horrible loss for me. That's why I'm not. That's why I'm scaled out right now.
Where I think it was like 90K was the line. I think if it stays above like 90K or something, or 90,500 or something like that, I think there's I was looking at what looked like a candy cane, and uh that gave it a price target of like 101,000 or something if it ends up playing out. But it has yet to play out yet, and I think it really should hold a 382 retracement, which I think is 90,500. Double check. Yeah, 90,136. But you have the psychological low just above that and the psychological high. If you look where they're sitting right now on the chart, you got a stopping volume candle off of on the 15-minute, and then it had a bullish engulfing afterwards, and that was off the back of a bearish candle. So that candlestick pattern there with the 15-minute stopping volume candle, that's actually a pattern called a morning star, which is a bullish reversal pattern. Can be pretty powerful. And so haven't made a lower low since that. And there's also, if you look on the 1 hour, there's a stopping volume candle on the 1 hour, reclaimed the 50 EMA, and now we're still currently above it. So we haven't invalidated either of those stopping volume candles, and we haven't made a lower low to invalidate the morning star pattern. So I still think we're going up in the short term.
God damn, dude, you just made me bullish in like freaking 20 seconds.
Well, I mean, it is still short-term stuff. We got hurdles. We got hurdles to get over. So, like, the Bulls got work to do. The thing is that it doesn't really just happen all at once. You know, like the Bulls run up the stairs, the Bears jump out the window. The bearish stuff tends to happen really quick, but with the bullish stuff, it's a slow grind, and it's just like making slow progress, taking levels back. So, once we get some of these key levels back, though, I think it will take less effort to push up further. But if you are in a trade and you're long, then I mean, just to say those two stopping levels haven't been invalidated. You're still above the 50 on the 1 hour. I mean, if you make a higher local high, that's going to be an even better case. I'll see if I can. I'm not home right now, but when I get home, maybe I can pick up my chart and go through some things.
Damn, dude, you sound like you're in Moss Isley out in the desert or something with that wind in your mic.
I might as well be, dude. Well, not in the desert, but it's a freezing cold desert.
Yeah, right. It is not fun. I'm with you though, Quai. Like I'm still I'm bullish always, but I'm so long term that Like me being bullish is I still think it's going to go up over the next 5 years, you know? So that's where I'm at because that's how I trade, you know? Like I don't care about any of my portfolio. I'll watch it go down because I'm going to let it sit there and keep buying more and watch it go up over the next 5 years.
Yeah, I mean you're kind of more of an investor at this point than a trader.
Oh yeah. No, I'm definitely a long-term investor. I mean, I don't scalp or day trade anymore. I do that more on my stock. But even that I hardly ever futz with anymore. I don't have the time, you know? I have so many other things going on.
Yeah, I feel you. It's like it can be very time consuming.
If you want to actively do it, yeah.
It doesn't always bear fruit either. Sometimes you trade all day and don't make any money. Sometimes you trade all day and lose money.
Well, yeah, especially when even if you are making like a couple bucks, you know, like you're losing in fees or at the end of the year in taxes and everything else, like it isn't always worth it to make the couple bucks here and couple bucks there. You know, I'd rather just hold it and wait. That is the wonderful thing about it about trading though is like there's 1,000 different ways of doing it, and as long as you're actually making money, none of them are wrong.
Yeah, that's right. To each their own.
Yeah.
I mean, I think there's definitely a like between bullish and bearish. I think there's definitely a case. Like I think it like the bear case. Case is sort of good.
Thank you for shopping Hannaford. See you soon.
Most of the facts are pointing towards we're supposed to have a bear market right now, but hey, I don't know. Like there's a lot of metrics that still have yet to trigger that are usually like really very indicative of tops, and some certain cycles haven't really fully played out yet. And I think there's still a lot going on like under the hood with the legacy market and stuff too. I could be totally wrong about that, but I think with commodities and you know like equities markets and stuff, and like money supply and freaking you know monetary policy when it comes to like they're going to be changing, they're ending quantitative tightening or going to start quantitative easing. Like I don't know, those type of things are like seeing it's weird, it's awkward because we just happen to end up in this spot where the 4-year cycle is supposed to end, but yet like when it comes to monetary policy we're supposed to be shifting into a more risk on environment. So I don't really know how it's going to play out. I guess we'll see. I don't want to be one of those guys that's like, oh, this time is different, but nothing's impossible.
I mean, I'm one of those guys who say it's different. I'm not saying that, you know, we have like the biggest bullish season yet to come or year to come. But how can so much change and so much adoption and so much like legal stuff change with ETF? Like all these things change, they change, right? So isn't the word change, um, you know, another word for different, right? So how can that much change happen and then the cycle not change? especially when liquidity is yet to come in.
Yeah, I mean that's a good point too. I agree with that. I thought that myself as well.
I mean,
There's also
you can have
like
so much stuff sit on you. Like, I guess I don't have a Joe analogy, right? But I'm just saying, like, how how much does something have external forces applied to it before its structure changes? I mean, you know what I'm saying? I'm not that clever, but there's so, and I'm not saying this in a bullish way. I wish I had the list of facts of things that have changed, with the administration and ETFs and, QE, QT timing, like all of that stuff. Like, how does that not make the cycle change? Like, and I ask that as a legitimate question. I want anyone to answer it. Like, and I don't mean you guys, but like just in general.
yeah, I mean I don't really have a concrete answer for that, but what I will say is that I've had this thought in my head for a while where it's like, okay, people like, trade on the 4-year cycle religiously for Bitcoin, but the thing is usually as soon as a system becomes predictable, like especially that predictable, that's typically when it changes. And then it can be used against you. So like I don't know. I think if most people are thinking it's over and everyone sells and everyone goes short, it's like, okay, then, the big guys are like, all right, shake everybody out, liquidate the rest of the longs, and then get everybody so bearish that everyone sells all their stuff, just wants to short. They'll sell us all our coins for cheap, and then they'll short. We'll go liquidate them on the shorts, and we'll push the price up, and then sell the coins we bought from them on the cheap. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I
Yeah.
mean, I really think that there is a lot more manipulation happening this cycle, like especially over the last, couple months. Because like it was just like JP Morgan or someone was like, there was this thing that like MSCI came out with, and they were saying that they were going to exclude companies from the S&P that had more than 50% of their total asset balance in Bitcoin. So then MicroStrategy would be excluded, and like that, it's something that sounds bearish and is a bearish catalyst for Bitcoin, in general. And that happened towards the top. And then like as it was falling a month later, like JP Morgan, they came out and freaking, I think it was JP Morgan, might have been a different bank, but they came out and said like they basically recycled like that news, and they brought it up, and they were like making it really like they're just trying to spread it. Like, you know what I mean? They were trying to bring it into the spotlight more, like, like after the fact. They brought it up after the fact while everyone was already panicking. To try to, fud the price down even further. And they're telling people like, not to use like MicroStrategy or whatever. But then at the same time, Van Eck and like some other like bank, like they're coming out with a futures leverage ETF for Bitcoin or something, or they have like some sort of leverage product. So they're flooding Bitcoin, dropping the price, buying it so that they can stock up, so that they can provide their own ETF and their own leverage products. And they're saying like, yeah, we're not saying don't use Bitcoin or don't use Bitcoin for leverage. Don't use their Bitcoin for leverage. Use our Bitcoin for leverage. I watched this video with this guy explaining it, and he made this whole big case, and it was like really very compelling. I'll see if I can find the video again, and I'll share it in general or something, so you guys can watch it. But this guy was like, he kind of laid out all like the fundamental things that are going on behind the scenes, and it seems like there's a lot of manipulation happening. So I think it could be just a really big shakeout, and we could be like just in that awkward phase of the cycle where we don't really know if it's going to go up or down, like if it's going to go up anymore or if it's going to go down, and like eventually it will decide. But I mean, logically speaking, if like the 4-year cycle, that pattern hasn't broken yet, but I mean, it can, especially with enough manipulation.
Yeah, and how long do you go before it's officially broken? Is it 6 months, 2 months, 1 month? You know, like.
Yeah, I really have no idea. I guess it would be broken if we were to make a higher high. If we were to make a new all-time high, then I guess the cycle would technically be broken. Because the logic behind that theory is supposed to be that, like, you know, the top is already in, and we're not gonna make a new high.
Pretty good, man. Back at 4. Almost at 4. Park it up. There was a lot of news about B chain today. Anybody catch it? That's not the credit I gotta use. Use it or lose it. Damn. These Adidas Babe Superstars in a fire. Babe Adidas Superstar. Want them.
I mean, the other case that I have that suggests that we go up at least for a significant dead cat bounce to like the bull market support bands or like the 200-day EMA or 50 weekly or whatever. There's going to be a bounce back to that point. Maybe it's 100K or 110K, somewhere around there. But like that would still be a significant bounce. And we've already like dropped quite significantly. Like we had like a 35% drop. It happened really fast too. I mean, I was actually like I started to try to trade into it before like it went down more. So I did try to catch some falling knives and got like a few small positions wrecked, but then I gave up, let it settle down and level out a little bit. And, now we've got this sort of consolidation going on here that's produced one higher low so far. So I mean, I think it really is with how drastic of a drop it is. I think it really does warrant like a dead cat bounce and a move up. I think it might just take like a little bit longer to get sentiment back up enough to go and actually reach for those higher numbers, but it's like it comes in slow, like slowly at first, and then the further it goes, it comes in a little quicker. It gets progressively more quicker until like just bam, all of a sudden, like everyone's bullish again. Like a bunch of people start buying in. I did think for sure though that that big 20 billion dollar liquidation day, like I thought that was going to be just like a big shakeout isolated event, and then we were going to go higher, but we didn't. Like in the aftermath of that, it ended up like just kind of killing sentiment, and then we ended up dropping a lot further. But shit, we dropped a lot at this point. Back then, it was still kind of like only a mild correction for Bitcoin, like or like a mild retracement. At this point now, we've retraced quite a bit. Even if people don't believe it's going to an all-time high, there's a lot of traders out that are like, wow, it dropped that much, like I gotta buy some. Like not like for regardless of the price, it's like, oh, it dropped 35%. All right, I gotta get into that because like that creates an opportunity for any percentage move up, even if it's not a new all-time high. You still have an opportunity to make some good money trying to swing in a long position or if you're a swing trader, even buying some on spot or like leveraged ETFs or whatever. There's still opportunity. Like even if the bull market's over, there's still opportunity to make money on the upside. And
Fiat leaked. You know, they got Bitcoin trading cards, Cardsmiths, currency Series 5 trading cards. Pretty cool. Guess they're limited too, because it's empty a raffle to get these ones. EQL. got going on there? Montreal.
What's the word, chat? Did we finally absorb that or what? See if that demand pops up, but if it doesn't, we should sweep. Finish filling these psychological ranges. Got him. On Saturday from 5 in the afternoon until 3 o'clock in the morning, market maker sets the psychological high and low. So it's basically the high and the low on Saturday from 5 till 3. It's meant as an insurance policy on CME, right? They usually form around CME, above and below CME. That way, if price gets away from market maker, that return, that mean reversion to the psychological ranges later will close that imbalance for them. But we closed CME already. Just weekly targets, right? If you look at how price reacts to the psychological range, right? It's like every time you leave, you come back. It's like daily open. CME is just the futures market in Chicago, Chicago Mercantile Exchange. That's where institutions trade Bitcoin futures. But since it's institutional, they close on the weekends. So that gap that they leave in the book on the weekends while they're closed is something that we target during the week if it's not if they're not able to mitigate it. No, I'm not staying up for the next 8 hours. Early still though. What time is it? It's only 11:30. I'm already tired though. I say that and then shit'll start moving. But no, probably not. Yeah. Yeah. No, I haven't. Japan hasn't made a decision yet. They should though. I mean, me personally, I wouldn't. Unless I knew, like I said, somebody asked earlier, and I said, look, if you're gonna be at the charts, then cool. The problem is that, let's say you do take the short here. You see the wick on that candle, right? That means the order block that was here was pretty strong. Right, so if you take the short now, boom, hit the order block. Now you're already starting to worry about this trade. Right, and if this just happens to be a higher low, and you create that W pattern, it's just the risk reward isn't there. Right, look at it like this. Let's walk through it. Let's say you decide right now it's going down, I want to short it. All right. Like I said, you would have to target this order block, right? Because of the reaction of that candle. But you wouldn't be able to put your stop loss any closer than this swing high right here. You see your risk reward? That's a no trade. Now, some people will be like, okay, well, I'm not targeting that. I'm targeting the vector gap at the bottom. Right? Which would then make it a 5-to-1, 6-to-1 trade. Like, cool, that's true. But part of your TA involves hoping that that breaks. I don't like to take trades based on hope. Which means for me, if I was to short this, the only responsible place to short it would be if we come up and put in a lower high. Let's say we pop up and bounce off of that again. Right? Because then you'd be able to drop your short up here. Now your stop loss is right here. And then even if you're just trading towards that order block, now you're looking at a 4-to-1, 5-to-1 risk reward. That's fine. Or if you were to come down. So if you were to come down, break this range, and then pop up and retest bearishly, then you could take a short after seeing how we react to this, right? Meaning if we come down and we react violently, then you know the order block is still hefty. You might miss it. You might not even get the retest. Right? So it's just so many ifs. The only decent place, in my opinion, unless it pops back up, would be the 200 EMA or the 800 on the 15-minute, right? This is the one that we're waiting for. If this breaks and retests bearishly, then this leaves enough meat on the bone here. That would actually be really good. I mean, that would be, that'd actually be a pretty decent short if you get that. It's all about patience, guys. Foreseeing these setups, waiting for them to pop up, and then reacting when you see them. Like, that would be a 19-to-1 risk reward right there. What's the, let me see what the ATR is right now, so I'm not talking shit. 138 bucks. Let's just assume that price rejects off of there. Like 200 bucks off. Yeah. About a 12-to-1 risk reward, risking 0.25%. That's the only decent short setup that I could see coming up. Just risk reward wise, if that makes any sense. Definitely not financial advice. And that's not even specific to this chart, right? That's just sort of how you should think of risk reward when it comes to positioning. Right? It's not only do I think it's going to go down, it's how far am I from a responsible stop loss? Or am I going to have to set just a wild stop loss floating in the middle of nowhere? Right? We don't really like to do. So we wait patiently for those setups, for those gold standard setups, right? And trading like that is going to make you take less trades, but the trades that you do take will be more productive. You won't be chasing your tail all day. I don't know about y'all. After getting stopped out 3 or 4 times in a row, that 4th trade and that 5th trade, it start feeling a little sketchier. I think too many people pay attention to how much they're able to make, how much I'll be able to make on this trade, instead of focusing on how much am I willing to risk on this trade, which is really the more important metric. Game. Brian. It felt personal. I've been through all the same shit, bro. Trust me. I made all the early mistakes. I made all the intermediate mistakes. I made all the advanced mistakes. Like, trust me. I'm a touch the stove learner. You know what I mean? Like some people don't have to touch the stove. Me, I gotta put my hand on it. I gotta touch it twice to make sure it was really hot. Touch it with my other hand just to see if maybe my first hand was just weak. Sit on it. Yeah, that's a fact. The most important part about TA to remember is that at any time, somebody around the world can hit that green or red button with a bag way bigger than yours and throw your TA right in the garbage. So how much are you risking betting that that's not going to happen? And most of the times it won't happen, right? Like that's not a normal thing for that to happen all the time, but one of these days it will happen, right? And your TA will be wrong, and what'll save you is how much you risk. Bro, some of the most successful traders I've seen have come in here, been able to pick up shit without touching the stove themselves, and just off and running, bro. I envy that. Because that definitely was not me. But I think that's why I have like a special place in my heart for the hard heads, because bro, when they told me not to trade leverage in the beginning, my original thought, I bullshit you not, is, oh, you guys are already rich and you just don't want me to get rich. You're gatekeeping what you use to get rich. Now that you're rich, now you don't want nobody else doing it. I swear to God, that's how I thought. Until it happened. And I was like, oh. Oh. He was just trying to protect me. And if you don't touch the stove, are you really cooking? You know what I mean? All right, we're at the bottom of the range. You know how this works. After that deviation, if price holds the bottom of this range, we target the top of the range, as unlikely as it seems. If we break the range, retest and pull away, then we've got to hold that 800 on the 15. Nah, there's plenty of people that are just investors in here, Hulk. 100%. Investing with like maybe a little bit of compounding, right? You don't want to trade day to day, but you know, you want to know when those big weekly swings are coming so you can take advantage, like that sort of thing. There's nothing wrong with that at all. I've been saying that from the beginning. That should be everybody's base trade. You know, not financial advice, but you load up on as much Bitcoin as you possibly can. And the only time you get rid of it is if you know for a fact that what you're trading is going to outperform Bitcoin. There's some people that are just trading, and there's some people that are doing it all, right? There's some people that are investing, swing trading, micro scalping. There is no second best. I still see his face when they asked him that on that podcast. That's so funny. He went through his whole Bitcoin spiel, and the lady's gonna look at him dead in the face and go, "Okay, what's the second best crypto?" The look on his face was classic, bro. Second best? There is no second best. Like, why would you even ask me a stupid ass question like that? There was another one that was funny as hell too, man. These two girls, and it wasn't even like a big podcast, but Michael Saylor will show up anywhere, bro. I swear to you, if I start reaching out, I'm gonna get Michael Saylor on here one day. The type of podcast that I've seen him do aren't even like huge crowds or anything, right? There were these two ladies, and they gave him this big introduction, a big fancy introduction on who Michael Saylor was. And then she looks at him and goes, "So, Michael, Bitcoin, what is it?" He took a big, deep breath. He was like, "Ah, I gotta do this one more time. I'm gonna die." Yeah, that was funny too. Scottie Pippen said he met Satoshi. Michael Saylor almost had a stroke, bro. What's funny is after that he went on that PBR podcast, Michael Saylor, right after the Scottie Pippen thing, and the dude asked him about it. He was like, "So, you know, I saw where Scottie Pippen said that he met Satoshi, da da da." And Michael Saylor just brushed it off, and he was like, "Yeah, you know, people say a lot of things, whatever." And then he started asking Michael Saylor about Satoshi, and Michael Saylor was like, "Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you." He goes, "We don't speak about Satoshi."
Scottie Pippen, he's super bullish.
I mean, I'd be bullish too if I knew who Satoshi was.
Oh, he said he knows Satoshi?
If I had Satoshi on the speed dial.
Hey, when you win that many championships.
Who knows, right? My take is that if it's just one person, they're dead. The one person, they're dead, or it's a group of people that are so ideologically tied to the cause that money doesn't make, like money wouldn't move them, right? They're so independently wealthy and so ideologically tied to the cause of Bitcoin that they've managed to stay quiet this whole time. Very, very hard for me to believe that a group of people can keep a secret this big for this long, though. Right? Unless they are hardcore, diehard disciples.
I wonder if they did pass away. How did it happen?
I don't know. I mean, he wouldn't really be that old. Everybody that was around
No.
at the time is still around now. You know what I mean? So it's not like he would have had to die. And I guess the main thing that makes you think death is that, and it honestly it is dumb. It doesn't really mean anything. Just the fact that nothing's moved out of that wallet. But if you created Bitcoin, would you really have just one Bitcoin wallet?
Yeah, he probably had another wallet
Yeah,
bigger.
it's probably been like people are like, well, you know, Satoshi, like, why would if he was alive, why wouldn't he have, you know, how was he living? Like, bro, please, he probably had dozens of wallets.
Yeah,
All of
created
those
20
Satoshi
wallets.
era wallets that we hear about, there's no way you can, there's no way to know if 10 of those are his, 20 of those are his.
You throw the keys to one of them away and it make it look like it never moves, and everybody
Ugh.
thinks that's you. That's all he did. Probably. Good
I
plan.
think Satoshi understood that if there was a name and a person behind it, then the world would eventually get to a point where that could be held against Bitcoin. And I mean, honestly, that's the way it is right now. We're at that point right now where what he said makes sense. Because, okay, imagine we know who Satoshi is, right? Imagine tomorrow it's exposed who it is. What do we do immediately? Well, who's he vote for? Is he Republican or Democrat? What does he believe? Is he this? Is he that? Is he, and automatically half the people on the planet hate him and half the people on the planet love him. You know what I mean? John McAfee knew everything, Rafiq. There's nothing that man didn't know. Kidding me, man had a back door into every computer on the planet at a time.
John McAfee, man, he was a badass.
Yeah, you gotta. Sometimes you just know too much, bro. It gets to the point where, yeah,
He would show up on these streams, man, that was so private and couldn't tell his location. He was hiding out. He always had a hot woman with him. That guy was something. Always on the run. See, Cash had a nice bounce. Oh. There's been a lot of bullish news for crypto lately. Beepster. Trying to get these Adidas that just dropped, man. They're pretty hot.
drop for me, drop, drop, drop. I want Soul at 120, bro. Stop playing with me.
How low is Soul? I haven't looked at that in a minute.
138.
I know people were calling for Soul under 100. I'm like, what?
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Oh, yeah, that's on
Soul's
can
starting to
bet
get
on it
heavy
on,
FUD like ETH FUD. So that's got me super interested right now.
Where I seen it on Poly Market.
Oh, the up and downs.
The price, if Poly Market goes below, check it out.
Yeah.
Poly Market crypto. Where was it? What price of Solana hit before?
That sold at 20, sold at 80. I would love that. What I wouldn't love is having to wait a year for it to recover because it went that low. I'd rather pick it up at 120, sell it at 4, or sell it at 3, and then buy it at 80 or 20, preferably.
Dude, these prices, these 15-minute things on Poly Market, they change so fast, and God, you could make some serious money if you like predicted Bitcoin to go down a certain amount and actually hit. Like, get one of those big candles, man. You can make some serious cash.
Yeah, I looked at it and I was like, I better stay away from this because I'll just stop doing TA, bro. I'll just live over there.
I was looking at it, and Bitcoin was what, at 93? There was like a minute left. And if it went below what, 27? I mean, yeah, it was at 93. If it went below 92.7, what you would get back was crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Bitcoin can do that. It dips that much all the time in less time.
The best thing on Poly Market is to trade sentiment. So when something happens, you know how everybody overreacts immediately, and then like 3 days later everything recovers. Like that's the best. I did that with the rate hike or the rate cut chances. When we dropped down the 40s, I was like, there's no way in hell, zero way in hell that this stays this low. And I mean, now we popped all the way back up to 80, right? So that's a 2x. I bought it at, actually bought it lower. I bought it at like 35 cents and sold it at like 83 cents.
Look at the crypto category. It has Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, XRP, Dogecoin, MicroStrategy. They stuck MicroStrategy in the crypto category.
Shit, they're about to get kicked off the index. They might as well just stop fronting and come
What
be
are
a
they talking
Web3
about?
company.
I was reading something. I didn't read it though, but I seen the headline. Can they force Michael Saylor to sell his Bitcoin?
Nah, so like, if he wants to be on MSCI, like if he wants to be on that index, right, then he can't have more than half of his assets. His market cap can't be made up of only one asset. Half of it can't be made up of only one asset. So what they're trying to do is make that the standard, right? So that would count for S&P, that would count for, and the more indexes you get kicked off of, the less automatic buys you have from funds. But for MicroStrategy, the scary part is MicroStrategies are already on index, which means that people would have to sell. And people would sell off their MicroStrategy. But the argument is that if one asset makes up more than half your market cap, then you are a fund. You're not a, your company's classified as a fund. And you can't list a fund in an index. Sneaky. They're pretty smart though. It's an attack vector I hadn't thought about.
I wish I could find that what it was. It was a headline to something, but I didn't pay attention to it. It was something like force Michael Saylor into forced liquidation.
Well, so everybody's freaking out because you know Michael Saylor said never sell, never sell, never sell. Well, they came out the other day and said, okay, there is a path to where we would sell if we if it got to that point. And it's if they're trading 1x under NAV and their cash reserve got to a certain point, I'm not sure. But then the other day on Michael, you saw on the other day when everybody was trying to figure out what the hell he meant by the green dot. He came on and he put on the chart with his orange dots. And, you know, usually he's like, time for another orange dot. And then they buy more Bitcoin. Well, he tweeted the other day and he was like, what if I started adding green dots? And then everybody was like, what does it mean? What does it mean? And then they announced that they opened a cash reserve, right? $1 billion, I can't remember how many, $2.5 billion cash reserve. And what the cash reserve is for is to pay the dividends during the bear market while Bitcoin's going down so that they don't have to sell Bitcoin. Right, so they're already setting up the plan to be able to do it. But if Bitcoin drops underneath 40, I think they were saying, then it could push them to where it would trigger some Bitcoin sells. And if they made that ruling that funds can't be in indexes, some people are assuming that he'd rather be in the S&P than have Bitcoin. I don't think that's true. I don't think Michael Saylor sells a single Bitcoin to please Legacy.
That's what I was reading. Michael Saylor's company will be forced to sell Bitcoin before a year's end. Question mark. Crypto punters on Polymark have this to say.
I would bet against that heavily on Polymarket.
Bettors don't see forced BTC
Me
liquidations.
personally.
The odds that Michael Saylor's led company liquidates any of its Bitcoin on or before December 31st due to lender action or other external financial obligations.
December
3%.
31st. How much? What's the bet going at right
3%.
now?
It's only 3% on Polymark. It's down. It hit a high of 15% in March.
I would have bought it if it was at like 90%. Be like, what? I will take that bet.
350 million has been wagered on the outcome. Resolution sources will be SEC filings, official strategy statements, and a consensus of credible financial reporting. Whatever that means.
That would be a way around it, I guess. Los. I mean, he could always get wrapped Bitcoin too, and technically, if you go half and half Bitcoin, wrapped Bitcoin, or 49% of your assets in Bitcoin and then the rest in a wrapped Bitcoin, I guess that would work too. Sui, I'm waiting for the same thing I'm waiting for everything else to come down into these imbalances. If we can break structure here on the alts, think Litecoin, Sui, Sol. Jasmine's already broken, but this move that Jasmine made here is what I'm looking for everything else. So I would love to pick up Sui somewhere around 130, 140. Just me personally. Yeah, no, that makes sense, Los. I mean, I don't know if Michael Saylor would go that route, but that might be something that the rest of these Bitcoin treasury companies have to consider. Right? Because, even though they're targeting Michael Saylor, they're talking to all the other Bitcoin treasury companies. They're like, look, we see what you guys are thinking. You guys are thinking you're all going to be MicroStrategy. And let me let you know from now, we're not going to let these indexes get filled with Bitcoin treasury companies. And they're not wrong. I'll be honest with you, it's too volatile, right? So, you know how like right now we're all hoping that Nvidia holds up so that you know, this shit can continue, and you know, Legacy gets one more push, and then we can get one more push. Nvidia's holding up the entire market by itself. If we're gonna be kind, we'll say Mag 7, but honestly, it's Nvidia. But let's just be kind and say 7 of them. Now imagine if the top 7 companies on the S&P were all Bitcoin treasury companies. Like, imagine what would happen to the index during bear markets. You know what I mean? So I think that Legacy is trying to protect themselves from that. Like, look, we like our index, it's nice and steady. We like to be able to choose where we take on volatility and where we don't. Right? If you bring the volatility to the index, then we have nowhere to chill. And
Saw some news where Warner Brothers might be buying Netflix.
oh shit.
Yeah. Came across a news ticker.
I mean, they kind of need it at this point, right? Most studios have already pulled all of their shit off of Netflix. Netflix back in the days was the shit. When everybody was on Netflix, you know what I mean? When before all the studios had their own sort of streaming apps and they pulled everything. But like now it's just
No.
Netflix buying failed shows. You
I
know
think
what
it's
I
the other
mean?
way around. Netflix has won the bidding war to purchase Warner Brothers.
That's big too. Either way, the reason I say it's big is because at least it opens up a bunch of content for them that they don't have right now. Netflix buying Warner Brothers is pretty big.
Yeah, Netflix would acquire the Warner Brothers studios and HBO Max streaming assets.
That's
Paramount.
right, because oh shit, that's right. So it is. That's Warner
Yeah,
Brothers,
misread it.
Cinemax, HBO, because they're the parent company, and there's a couple of other underneath it. Disney is what killed them, bro. Disney came in and pulled all the superhero shit, all the all the stuff that people would like binge watch.
Buy some Netflix stock.
Yeah, you know what's funny? You know what's really really funny? That we went from cable, where everything's at once, but you had to like wait for shit to come on, and we're like, nah, screw that. We want to go to Netflix where we can watch everything we want at the same time, and then everything's segmented back out into studios, right? So it's almost like we went backwards. Now we have to pick what we want to watch. And then eventually Netflix just absorbs everything, brings everything back into one place, and then we're back to like having cable. It just goes in circles. Yeah, why haven't we thought about this before? We get to I just want to pay for what I want to see, and that's it. And then it'll go all the way to, wow, we can just pay one price and get everything. Like, yeah, we had that already. It's called cable.
So they own Paramount too, brothers?
I don't know. Let me see.
Netflix has won the bidding war to purchase Warner Brothers Discovery.
Bro, because I don't even know why I pay for Netflix. I'll be honest with you. Although,
Yeah, I got rid
I
of
will
it.
tell you one thing. 50 Cent in that Diddy documentary made this month's payment absolutely worth it. Holy shit, was that nuts? Has anybody seen that yet? That's a
I
good
bought it
watch.
because I wanted to see the fight live,
Yo.
the Jake Paul fight.
That's a good watch. Well, 50's an enemy
don't
that
need
you
it.
do not want.
What was the documentary on with 50 Cent?
Surviving Diddy. Remember 50 Cent? He said he was going to make a Surviving Diddy documentary. He made it, bro. It's on Netflix. Actually, really good. Like, really good, meaning there's a lot of information there that just wasn't, like, readily available. A lot of new shit that came out. I was
They were
like,
friends?
yo, it's crazy. Enemies, bro. We've been enemies for the longest. 50 Cent is the most petty person in the industry, bro.
The most what?
Petty.
Petty?
He's in a fight with Ja Rule. Ja Rule had a comeback show. he went and bought the entire 4 rows of the stadium so that when he'd get on stage, the first 4 rows were empty. Like that. It's like that level of petty. I aspire to that level of petty. I'm not gonna lie. This is a Scorpio in me.
He came a long way, 50 Cent. I remember when he first came out with Dr. Dre. What song was that? He was doing the sit-ups upside down. Get rich or die trying.
Yeah. I had him hanging from the ceiling in a man bra.
Yeah. Big thing because how he was shot 9 times. Came a long way. Phew. That show, he did he create that show?
Power.
Power.
Mm-hmm.
That was a good show, man.
He
I
did
used to love that. That
Power.
still
He
plays
did.
with Tommy. It's Power. What's the name of it now? But it plays with the white guy Tommy, and it's pretty good.
That's my boy.
Oh, Tommy.
Mm-hmm.
I love that guy, man.
Tommy Egan. His real name is Tommy too, which is funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's in one of my graph
I did
crews.
not know.
I've got
I did not know
videos
that.
painting trains with him. Got videos of him hanging
Sweet.
off of a freight.
I did not know that Power still played, and I seen.
They had a bunch of seasons, bro. They did like
Yeah, what's it
a
called?
whole spin-off with the sun, and then they did a bunch of different ones. They did
He's
one
a
just based
badass,
around
though.
Tommy.
Oh, Power Book 4, Force.
Mm-hmm.
Tommy is back. It's called Power Book. That's what I bought. I didn't get that plays on Stars. What the hell did I buy Paramount for? Another show.
He's a cool dude, super regular. He acts his ass off on that show. Because he's not like that. Well, obviously, he's not like, you know what I mean? It's not even a little bit like his character.
So many people think he's like that in real life because so many characters he plays that kind of character. So many parts. And just from being Power Book Force. That just started the new season. It's pretty good. Reminds me I gotta finish it. You've been doing that since what? When did Power come out? 2012 around there?
You were watching Power when you should have been buying Bitcoin.
Ghost. 2014. God, there was so many of them. Then with his son, Power Book 2.
I hated his son, bro.
Power Book 3,
His
Raising
son did such a
Canaan.
good job, and that's like I wanted to like, like his son had me legit, like in real. I was so parasocial. I was so parasocial, and one of our homeboys is funny because one of our homeboys, when they met Tommy, because he flew in when we went to go paint, he couldn't get over it, bro. He just kept talking to him like he was really Tommy. Like every once in a while, he'd be like, "Yo, why you do ghosts like that?" Yeah, we're supposed to be boys.
So it went from Power to Power Book 2 to Power Book. They're up to 4, but this one with Tommy, it's on its 3rd season. Force.
50 Cent was the only reason that people got a Star subscription for a long time. Nobody was watching Stars.
Show on there, everybody was buying that.
Yeah. And it's kind of one of the last big shows that you had to wait every week for the new episode to come out.
Tell me, his real name is what? Joseph Sikora?
Yeah. His nickname's been Tommy since he was Sakura. I gotta find that video.
Is he really Irish? God, you go back from these episodes. There's some pretty good actors on there. That was his girlfriend. W show.
EGLD looks good. It's about to break its top here.
What is that?
Gold.
Oh, I thought you were on Algorand.
First test is gonna be that 800 EMA, but measured move is higher than that.
Looked at Zcash at all? I think it's been holding up pretty strong lately. Open up, starting to love to hate it.
What's that?
Zcash.
Hmm.
Been holding pretty strong at these price ranges right here.
Finicky mistress.
380. Adidas has been dropping some heat. Bape Clot Adidas Superstar. This shoe is badass. I thought I won the raffle, man, because you join and Adidas automatically charges your card. You lose, they give you the money back.
That
That's
sucks.
not right, man. I forgot about that. They did that to me. They don't give you the money back till like freaking 7 days later. It comes off real quick though. Comes off in
So
a
yeah,
second.
you're looking to get over that 800. You get over that 800, you should be fine. Obviously, you need to break out of here first, but just future tripping a little. If you break out, you should have a pretty clear shot.
Token?
That's good. Strong recovery from that dip. Now you just need Bitcoin to not sort of ruin the party here.
What was the ticker for that? EG.
Yeah, virus. Dinosaur coins, man. Dinosaur coins are poking their heads up. They saw Zcash and Dash make a move and said, why not us?
What was that token you were just looking at?
EGLD.
Yeah, alright. I thought you said E-Gold.
Nah, I was just pronouncing the ticker. I'll be
Yeah,
right
I'm
back.
like,
Give me a
I
second.
thought you were trading something that had to do with gold, man.
No, no, no.
You were trading the one I thought. Multiverse.
Give me a
Oh,
second.
it was
I'll be right
Algorand,
back.
right? Or Eldoran. Alexa, show me my contacts.